And I'm live. That is pretty cool. Today is 10th of March 2026, Monday, Tuesday. And yep, before we begin, let's read a quote from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, a small one. Let me look for a small one. Yep, okay. This one says, how easy is it to repel and to wipe away every impression which is troublesome or unsuitable, and immediately to be in all tranquility. That is very cool. How easy is it to repel and to wipe away every impression which is troublesome or unsuitable, and immediately to be in all tranquility. So that, in my opinion, means that you do not have to hold on to things which are bad. Like, you can let go of your trauma and just be in tranquility immediately, right now. That is cool. I think it was Alfred Adler who said that trauma is a myth, that trauma does not exist. Yep, I guess he was onto something. Okay. Yep. There. Let me start the backend. We have to do little bit of maths. 50, uh, 1,500, 250, 1,750 minus 1,650, 1,645. I think, okay. And the name of this is going to be end in the backend, and I made like two changes in tsconfig, but I guess they were wrong. This one will be named frontend, and the frontend server will run here. Cool. And this one will be named log, and log.md will be here. Cool. So closed, start, and if we select white color, let's say, this is what we see, and the piece is going moving, but like something is wrong. There is some bug somewhere, because of which the mouse lift movement is not registering, and I just like keep holding the piece. Right, right now I'm not clicking, like my hands are here, but the piece is still like held up by the mouse. So that is wrong. We have to fix that. Lazy update. And yes, shit, there is also one more thing, not related to the project, but related to um, Codium. And since GitHub does not give a lot of tokens for programming by default, so I want to save as many of my GitHub tokens as I can. So I will be using Codium, and I will only be using GitHub when necessary. So by default, Codium is the one that works. But the thing is, Codium, I am unable to accept the things Codium says, which Codium is suggesting. Like here, Codium is suggesting this. If I press tab, nothing happens, which is kind of messed up. Let's see, Codium does not work. I am using Codium with nvim, and on pressing tab, I don't accept the suggestion, but rather I do not accept the suggestion, but rather give an actual tab, and this is it. Let's see what is happening. The key map conflict between newm and codium except equals tab, but tab in insert mode is already handled by newm indentation and complete. If codium's handler does not intercept the key before newm processes it, newm will simply insert a tab. Codium only tab. Codium's tab mapping only works when a ghost suggestion is active. If there is no suggestion, newm receives key normal. So this, but in your case, even when suggestion appears, tab is not accepting, so something else is intercepting the key. Another plugin is stealing tab. This happens often with shit. I do have Lua snip. I don't know though why we'll use Lua snip. I do have Lua line, which is cool. It might have something to do with this completion window. Okay, snippet mapping, formatting, something to do with formatting, maybe codium symbol. Codium is as a source here, which is cool, I think. Lua snip is a flexible snippet engine for newm written in Lua, the programming language. In the Lua programming language, it allows users to insert, expand, and manage reusable code templates across file types, improving editing speed and consistency. Lua snip is widely used in modern newm setups, integrated okay, like okay, nothing actually happened there, but okay. IMAP. These often you can check it with IMAP tab like this. Uh, Copilot except okay, Copilot except is using shade. RIP grep is required to install. RIP grep RIP grep is used by newm telescope. Okay, shit, this is using Copilot. Okay, now it is working. And Copilot does not work because we are in the wrong folder. Config newm Copilot 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 and cool. Okay. IMAP tab Copilot no tab map. Okay, shit. Okay. This. Okay, shit. This. Okay, I have to remap this. I have to remap this thing. I have to remap this thing. This is what I see. Copilot get G Copilot no tab map question mark. Okay, what is this doing? Empty. If this thing is empty, if I guess if this thing if there is no tab map for Copilot, then accept Copilot, otherwise give an actual tab. So I have to change this so that these two things can work. What is the update? Yep, the update is before we can start working on this. Look at this. Yeah, like this is something. Yesterday I was talking to ChatGPT. You must attach SCH, and ChatGPT said that instead of using mm, here inside board uh, mouse draggable piece, this thing was using a state which was updating on mouse movement, and that was slow. Right, yesterday it was quite slow. So I changed use state to this thing, request animation frame, and what this function does is the browser is redrawing the screen every time. The browser is telling the operating system what to show after every single frame 60 times a second. So before the browser tells the operating system what to show on the screen, we are telling browser to run this function, update frame function, every time before you tell the operating system what to show, because browser updates the things which are visible right now. We are just tagging along, and we update this thing, we update the translate coordinate, we do some css on where this piece should be, and we make it equal to the mouse coordinates, and yep, that just like kind of works. And shit, we have to put the piece in the center, for which translate there I do not remember exactly, but there is a css thing we can use, translate, to translate the piece relative to its own axis. Right now we do see the piece at the mouse position, but the problem is the mouse coordinate, the top left part of the piece is at the mouse coordinate. We want the center of the piece to be at the mouse coordinate. So there is a translate or some kind of css thing we can do for that. And even before that, mm, Copilot is not working. Copilot is working. I do not want to use Copilot. I want to use Codium mostly, and only use Copilot when necessary. But the problem is the tab which I want to use for accepting a suggestion is mapped to Copilot. I want to change this to Codium when I'm using Codium, and to Copilot when I'm using Copilot. I created a key here, a remap, this thing. By default, Codium is the one that is working. But then when I press space AG, leader AG, this function checks if Copilot is enabled. If Copilot is enabled, turn off Codium, turn on Codium. There is just a toggle function for Codium, not a disable or enable function. Toggle is the best that we have. Turn on Codium, turn off Copilot, and make this variable Copilot.enabled equals false. But if Copilot was off, then turn on Copilot, turn off Codium, and set the variable to true. So that is cool. And AW space AW tells which one is currently running. Codium is currently running, and if I press space AG, now Copilot is running, and space AW, Copilot is running. So that is cool. Now Codium is running. Cool. Now we only have to fix the suggestion part. We are not accepting the suggestion. IMAP tab, this thing. On tab, this thing runs. This command. I have this mapped to empty. I cannot copy this somehow. I don't know why. Empty get G Copilot no tab map. Echo Undefined variable. Cool. Copilot no tab map. No tab map, and right, we take its value, and depending on this we do copilot hash accept. Otherwise we do like an actual tab. Okay, if I'm the culprit, the mapping belongs to copilot, not Codium. This map, you saw this thing means if g this thing is not set, copilot maps tab is not set. If it is set, then leaves. Okay, that is very cool. That is very cool. If copilot is running, it will set this key. If copilot is not running, then this key would be set to something, otherwise not. Right now copilot owns tab. Codium not. Okay, remove copilot completely. Yep. Or use something else. Okay, I would like to map tab to my own thing. I guess I can just do vim.keymap dot set in normal mode or in insert mode tab. I think this should work. And for now, let's switch. Now Codium is disabled and Copilot is running. Tab to Codium when Codium is active, and to Copilot when Copilot is active. Function. Okay, what does this say? If Copilot enabled, then run Copilot accept. Otherwise, Codium hash accept. And there would not be a case when neither of them is running. When I want to give an actual tab, if Copilot enabled, then don't do this. Then see if there is a suggestion that Copilot is giving. Codium.get suggestion. Yep, this is what we can use. If Copilot is enabled, and wait, it uses an actual and let's get the suggestion. Vim.function get suggestion. Vim.function Copilot hash get suggestion. This thing is not equal to empty, then accept Copilot, and else if Codium does something, this, and then else run tab. There is a problem with function missing end. Why would you be missing end? If then else this, end and then end unexpected symbol. Mhm. Podium is running, cool. If g dot copilot enabled and this thing is not equal to this, if there is if suggestion is not equal to nil, then run copilot. Else if there is a suggestion by Codium, then run Codium. I think I don't even have to check for this. Yep. You can just check if there is a suggestion by Copilot, then run that suggestion. If there is a suggestion, wait, shit, I think we have to call. Yes, we do have to call this. Okay, where we have to call the function. Okay, if there is a suggestion by Copilot, accept that. If there is a suggestion by Codium, accept that. Else do tab. It's okay. It is okay. If vim dot fn Copilot get suggestion is not equal to nil, then return vim dot fn. Yes, we are like still unable to accept suggestions. Pilot accept and else if share, that was the problem, I think. Else if vim dot function Codium get suggestion, if this thing is not equal to empty, then return vim dot function Codium accept, like actual accept, and else just return vim dot wait, else what do we return? Else return an actual tab. Cool. Source, okay, it is running now. Codium is currently active. Let's get some suggestion here. Codium, hopefully we do get a suggestion, and no, it does not work. Get suggestion in function, this unknown function Codium get suggestion. Okay, get suggestion is not a function. Okay, shit. Hello, I see a weird blur text on the screen in Newham. In yes, include heart. Yes. Hello, sir. How is everything is going great, Kakashi? Are you automating the project with Copilot and Codium? No, I am using Copilot and Codium because like I want to see how they work. And yes, this is the wallpaper now. This looks pretty cool. And yep. So GitHub here I'm using GitHub student developer pack, which gives Copilot for free to students. But the problem is it uses a lot of tokens, right? It uses a lot of tokens, and that is not very good. I have already used 74% of the tokens, and they will renew in 24 days. So what I want to do is I want to switch between Copilot and Codium seamlessly. Codium is free, but it is not very good. Copilot is not free, but it is pretty good. So I created yesterday this map leader AG. If I press leader AG, then if Copilot is running and Codium is off, it will turn off Codium and Copilot will turn off, and vice versa if the other thing, if Codium is running. Now I'm just fixing the tab completion part with Copilot right now. Copilot is running, and if Copilot suggests something like this, I press tab and shit, it does not work. Uh, yes, I'm just fixing the tab thing right now. I'm able to switch between the agents, and that is pretty cool. I want to use tab as the completion part. Right. Mm, but I also want to use tab when I need to press a tab. I do not want to use four spaces for a tab. I think Control I is fine instead of tab, and if I do use Control I would be pretty happy with everything. Control I instead of tab. CI, Control I instead of tab. Okay, let's use Control I instead of tab. Fine. Here, if vim.g.copilot enabled, then run copilot except, else run codium except the suggestion from the active AI agent. And we can source this. Let's see which one is running. Right now, codium is running. And let's see. This, okay, shit, that is a big suggestion from codium. Codium, if I press Control I, problem unknown function, codium except is unknown. Codium except is unknown. Codium except is unknown is kind of sad. No, this is better. This is better. Like I have spent more time in this yesterday, so this is better. This is better. I'm not liking current one. Wait, you don't like this one? Uh, this one. This changes. This is not static. In 15 minutes, this will change to something else. But this is cool. I saw this. Someone was wearing a shirt of this, and I can like actually show you who I'm talking about. I found this, and this is pretty cool. CPP Con, Nikolai Josutz. He is wearing this shirt, Include Love, and I thought, shit, that is plagiarizable. I can copy that. Okay, which thing runs except keybinds except default is tab. Default is tab. Okay, we do know that phone is going to die. We do know that Copilot except is thing, so that is cool. But we don't know what is the except. What is the except function for this for Codium? Mm, Control I. If Codium is not working, then Control I would not do anything. I guess we are good. And I hope that this thing does not override the Codium thing. Let's see. The suggestion is this, and Control I, this works. This was Codium. And if we switch now, you can see Copilot is running. And are we able to accept from Copilot? Shit, we have to press tab for Copilot. Mm, 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 G Copilot enabled. Copilot Copilot enabled. If Copilot enabled, then return this thing. Function call the function. Source Copilot. Let's see. Copilot enabled is true right now. So we get this, and control I. Okay, control I is working, but we also saw what is this. We don't have to worry about the keybinds of both plugins, and we can just use the same keybind to accept the suggestion from both the without any conflict. And then 80 at the rate 70 is something. Okay, vim dot control A. Shit, we see 80 at the rate 7 something. Why do we see this? What is this? Control Shift I? No, just Control I. This is not even cool. Shit. Shit. IMAP. We are seeing some random characters somehow. Copilot accept. Copilot accept. If we just do vim command, this just run this command. Source. Now not an editor command. Copilot accept. Copilot accept. Phone is also not charging. Now it is. So Copilot accept is not a command. Copilot accept is not a command. Source and control I does not work. Shit. We have to return this. Why do we have to return this? Source. Yes, we on returning this does work, but shit. Let's print what this thing is returning. Source control I, and okay, we don't see anything. We do not see anything because we are inside insert mode, and when we are inside insert mode we do not see anything here. So instead of printing this, we can say vim.g.text equals the thing which is returned by this. Source this and control I. So now if we do echo text, we see this whole thing, and there we have at the rate 7 at the start for some reason. Okay, song, we can listen to song. Is there no feature like you press a key, then escape, and then Copilot suggestions are removed, and then you can actually press tab? I think VS Code does like that. If you press a key and like escape, and then shit, music keeps running somehow. Like you press a key like escape, and then Copilot suggestions are removed, and then you can actually press tab. Okay, shit, think I think there is a thing for that. I think there is a thing for that. We can do this, like we do not have it natively, but we can do this. This is Vim, we can do whatever we want. Mm. But if there is a suggestion, I want to accept the suggestion, and if there is no suggestion, then I want to have a tab. But the problem now is this function, copilot accept. This is giving gibberish at the end. Source here, if we do this, control I, we do get the suggestion, which is cool, but we get this gibberish. What is this? I have this, which puts the suggestion correctly, which is fine, but this puts 80 at the rate 7 after the suggestion. Somehow appearing after the suggestion is a classic newbie mapping issue with using expression mapping. Expression, expr, const expression. The short version, your function sometimes returns nil, but an expression mapping just returns a string and it returns nil. Newvim ends up inserting key garbage, like wait, what? Copilot accept this expert true, but with expert true expects the function to return text to insert. Silent equal true. Control con yeah. Okay, xpr has to be true. Source, control I, and share, we get 80. The fix is return control I if copilot enabled, then return this, and at the end if else, then return this. Now the behavior is if copilot enabled, accept the suggestion. Copilot disabled, behave like normal control I. Behave like normal control I, which would run codium. Shit. Source, control I, and share, we still get %80, but is codium working? Now codium is enabled, and let codium give some shit. That is, it is taking time. Hello. Shit, this thing is just giving tab instead of accepting. Let's see. Source, shit. Now codium is also not working, which is messed up. Shit. Okay, codium is also not working now. Okay, the problem that we are trying to solve here is we are able to switch between coding agents, between Codium and Copilot, but we are not able to map a single key which checks whatever thing is running to accept function or accept the suggestion from that thing. Mhm. Right now Codium is working. Okay, we are able to accept from Codium. Okay, cool. Right now Copilot is working, and for Copilot, okay, nothing, like shit, we cannot accept from Copilot. Yes, because we changed this to control capital C. Yep, we are just seeing these random characters at the end. And if we switch to Codium, shit, we don't see anything. Hello. Okay, now we are not able to accept. Copilot accept. Copilot accept. Wait, shit, one more good practice. Copilot itself already provides a fallback mechanism. If nothing, then right now Codium is disabled. Copilot is running, and source. Hello. Still messed up. IMAP control I is accept suggestion from active AI agent. Yes. Okay, what is the issue? When people map AI acceptance to something like this example, control L, control E, control I is shit. Control I is not cool because I'm using control I for something else. Yes, control I for stepping inside the function. Shit. Shift A, capital A. I think capital A is cool. Capital A is cool, except or capital P. Control P. Yes, control P is cool. Control P is better. Control P. Now the problem is we get this random thing at the end is messed up. Okay, if we move this I map, what is control I mapped up to? Control I is mapped up to Lua line 259 in this place. Local share neovim windsurf dot neovim cd local share neovim cd lazy windsurf Lua Codium windsurf Lua neovim I mapped, what is control I mapped up to neovim. We are inside Lua, we are inside Codium. Inside Codium we have to go to virtual text and line 256 it was. IMAP control I line 269 or 179. M accept, yes, shit, let's go. M accept, what is accept? 269 is this is not it. Yep, M accept, M dot accept, where M is like, I guess, their internal thing. Return completion insert, which is a function current completion. We get this from get current completion item completion insert is also their internal function. We need to see completion insert, current completion, and completion current completion dot completion dot text, or this. Okay, so this function they are running to insert the current suggestion into the current line. We need to see how we can access this functionality from outside. Which function can I run externally to accept suggestion from Codium? What would that be? Codium accept shit. Or from Lua, like this minimal example, Codium Codeium hash accept, but it was not working. Return, do not return this vim.fn Codium accept source. Right now Codium is working. Hello, and okay, that works. Shit, that works. That like actually works. Right now Copilot is working, and we do not accept from Copilot. Config new right now Codium is working, and we are able to accept from Codium, which is pretty cool. Let's change this to Copilot. Right now Copilot is working, and we are not able to accept from Copilot, which is a bit messed up. If Copilot enabled, echo Copilot enabled is true, Copilot is actually running, and we are, because this should be control P. Shit, this yeah, the function for Copilot is control P. Yep, for Copilot control P. Control shade, control P and control N are for going switching between previous and next suggestions. So shit, this is also messed up. We cannot use control P. Control P is bad. Control E. I don't think we use control E for anything else. Source. Okay, and hello. Control E works. Now Codium is enabled, and control E does not work. Codium accept is not a function. Okay, I don't know what the problem is, but what we can do is that is very bright. Control E, we can use control E for when Codium is working, and tab when Copilot is working, and that is very bright. The background is very bright. Yeah, much better. Cool. Now we can work on the project, like actually on the project. This thing, why do I not let go of the queen? It is messed up. this. Play, add this, and 13. Basic, use ref. Okay. Translate, that is like move this much in x direction and this much in y direction, which is cool, which is pretty cool. I have coordinates where to put a certain HTML element, how to how to put its center there and not its top left edge. There is a translate thing. Yep, we will update top position. This transform, translate, this. Okay, translate. I think we can give 4 arguments to this translate function and move it relatively, and also shit, no, transform, translate. Minus 50%. Minus 50%. These the x and y coordinates are also changing. So is it better to change the top and left, or use translate to put the element at right position? What is better? Update top and left for coordinates and keep translate to 50% constant. Do not use translate for the actual coordinate if they were to change okay, actual pattern. This thing is better, it seems. Okay, so here we will give translate. Key map, translate minus 50%. This should work. Translate. Shit, right now Codium is working, so Control E, translate Y and translate X minus 50%, translate Y minus 50%. The normal top, left and right is this. Transform, no, top, make top equal to this many pixels, and from the left go 10 pixels. Hmm. Hmm. This is much better than before, but okay. From top, shit, from top we go Y, and from left we go X. And cool, that is like much better. Shit, but the thing is, yes, this thing does not change. This is not updating now, which is a bit messed up. This thing is not updating. Wait, I guess. Okay, Z value. I think we have to consider the Z value. Whenever now I am clicking, I am not clicking on any of those elements which are like under the cursor, because those elements are not under the cursor. The element under the cursor is this pawn, which is messed up. Shit. Okay, shit. So we have to change this. When mouse is lift up, on mouse up, is piece dragged. Const is piece dragged. Where ref current is not equal to null. If square piece is not equal to null, then set square piece equal to null. Console.log env. Yep, on letting go, I don't see anything. Y console.log running. Yep, nothing on mouse up. Why don't we see anything on mouse up? Okay, we don't see anything on mouse. WebSocket is there. Name. I guess we should not do request animate handle mouse move, and inside mouse move const x equals ev dot client x, and const y equals ev dot does not exist. Client x, client y. Yes, update if there is a piece. If the mouse is there, cool. This is working, but shit, the piece is not going away when we let the mouse go. Handle mouse up, handle mouse down, mouse event. Did this function return? Board element is this. We are like actually getting the board element, which is not very cool. Board id, board, we could use board ref instead of board element. current is not equal to null, then board ref dot element remove. Okay, board ref dot change this ref dot current. Yes, cool. Substitute board element with board ref dot current. Okay, handle mouse up, handle mouse down. If EV button equals 0, if it was the left click, then do this. Clicked, clicked twice. Mouse X boot ref all that. Then why is this thing not running? Handle mouse up. Yep. On mouse down. Do this on mouse up. Handle mouse up. Log up. Okay, we do not see up. Why is this okay, the problem is this event handler is not running. Why is this event handler not running? Handle mouse up. Add event listener to the board. Add event listener to the board. My hypothesis is that something is happening in this which is messing stuff up. Okay, makes sense. Okay, makes so much sense. Okay, shit. Because we have put this thing on the board and not on the document. This is a bit messed up. Document. We don't have current in document. And now I guess yes, we are cool. We are like actually pretty cool. Okay, shit. We are able to think. Yes, okay, cool. Do not console.log this. Do not log this. Do log this ev, and in here do not log this backend running, front end running. Cool. I would like to write down stuff. The event listener has to be put on the document and not on the board only. We can for this, the event listener can be put on the board since the piece can only be picked up from the board. But for mouse up, the event listener has to be put on the document because the piece might be dropped off the board or off the board, and also the draggable piece comes under the cursor, and since its z index is higher, we can't actually click the board or any other element for that matter. Cool. So we can put if boardref dot current, then just put this thing here, make this boardref current, boardref current if boardref dot current. Okay, cool. We can pick up elements and we can make them move. Now what we have to do is remove the piece, is remove the free piece from the square that we have picked it up. Okay, we can pick up a piece. Cool. So that we have feeling of picking up the piece. And sound, we will have to work on sound later on, but not right now. Okay, let's make a commit before this. Read piece moves with cursor on picking up. Okay, now piece has to disappear when we pick something up. When we pick something up, the piece has to disappear, which means key. We will get the thing with square index to key, with the key, not empty, same color. If the place that we have clicked is not empty and has the same color, then we pick up the piece. Get the mouse coordinates and also relative coordinate. Rectangle, yes, stuff for rectangle, relative coordinates. What would be the row, what would be the column, get the piece at that place, not empty. Yep. Get info about the piece at the clicked square, and yeah, if correct, then enable draggable piece and remove and hide piece on the clicked square. Hide piece on the clicked square. This thing piece component dot current, this thing like takes the piece, puts the draggable piece, new square, Set square, new square. Mm, okay. Reference to the whole board. Why do we need this? We need this reference to get coordinates to the board, and square and get a square string. Yep, square reference is also a string that is currently dragged under the cursor, the piece that is currently dragged under the cursor. That is cool. Yep. And wait, why are we using two things here? Why are we using a reference and also use state for the same exact thing? We are using this here to update this, and then we are using this here, mouse up, for mouse up. Yes, we have to use a reference here to get the current value. Cool, makes so much sense. We must use a reference here because when we define the handler, the mouse up handler function, we need the current value of, or not the current, but maybe the latest value of the square which was clicked. Latest value of the square which was clicked. Then why do we need this square thing? I don't think we need this square thing. We are using it here. This is the only place where we are actually using it, and this is return span. Shit, this is messed up. Square ref current is much better. Shit, we don't need this state. That is messed up. We don't need this state. Set square equal to null, and no, do not set the square equal to null. Set the reference equal to the null, equal to null. Cool. And now we have to, yes, we have to get the element by ID here. Set the draggable, set the draggable piece, also set the draggable piece, also hide the piece and the clicked square, which is very nice. Shade, is this what we want to do? Board, no, we do not want to do this. We want to get const square equals document dot get element by id. We could do this, get element by id, or we could use reference. If we were to use reference, we would be using a lot of reference, 64 references. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT what is a better option here. Either using references, I have a chessboard where I want individual control on the squares. I do have the I do have the so I could either use ID or ref to refer to each square and change them however I want. Which one is better? Using ID, I could use get element by ID and get it and update it. Using ref, I would have to define 64. Use ref and then date the one that I want. If you're working in React using 64 ref is the wrong mental model, not because the refs are bad, but because you are trying to control DOM imperatively while React is designed to work declaratively. Let's break down. So we want this thing to be state. We want it to be state. The visibility of each square should be a state, but that should only re-render that particular square. I just want to change the CSS property to hidden. Get element by ID E4. Set the background to this. But shit, later on we would need like more complicated stuff here. What is this? More complicated stuff here than this, like selecting some cells and all that shit. Example idea is this. Why also that it is manual and brittle. The correct React way is state driven. Initial board, map, key, yes, give it key, set board, then update the board. React automatically updates the correct square. Example, just board pattern. So set board. I think it is fine to use set board and change the set and change the set and change the board itself. And change the board itself. Change the board itself. Set board and change the board itself. Okay, let's use set board. So set board should be given to this. Set board is here. Board is, wait, shit, board is not a use state variable. Should it be a state variable? Yes, it should be a state variable because we want things to change when the board changes. Okay, const board set board equals to state type is going to be board and init board. Pass in this use state does not exist, that is fine. Board does not exist. Board is a okay, shit, there are two things. Board and board is a class interface. Shit, there's also inside common game import type board from interfaces game. Yep, as board type, and here use board typeset. Board is declared but its value is never read. That is fine, do not worry. Set board equals set board. Cool. Set board type is not assignable to board. Did we not save this? Yes, we did, but what is the type of this set board variable? The type of this thing is React dispatch state. React dot dispatch React dot set state action. Board or set board React dot dispatch React dot set state action, where the type is board type. Okay, one that should be working. Set board is declared but its value is never read. That is completely fine. Also hide the square. How do we hide the square? We do let new board equals not just this shit, this copy deep copy of 2D matrix. Yes, how do we copy a 2D matrix in JavaScript? Structured clone, native JavaScript methods. Structured clone, structure clone of board and new board. This column thing equals null. What expected? The type of set board, these two things, that is the exact type. React dot dispatch, and internally we given the type of board, which is what we have given here. The type of set board is react dot dispatch react dot set state action board type. Okay, okay, cool. Cool. Now we should see that the piece is hidden. It is hidden, but it is not coming back. The piece goes away. We do pick up the piece, but the piece does not go back. Okay, that shit. Block elements. Block this. Shit. Inspect. Go to console. We did let go of the piece. We did print this square dot equals null equals null. Square ref dot current equals null equals null. So, and we are printing this thing, so we are going inside the function, but piece does not go away from this. Okay, which is a bit messed up. We changed the piece to null. We need to remember where we clicked and what was the original piece square there. Cool. Piece component. Yes, we want to pass this. Square ref const piece ref equals use ref. This is not a HTML span, this is pieces initially. Is declared but never used. That is fine. Here we can do this. We can do piece ref dot current this thing piece equals this, and if everything is okay, then piece ref dot current equals piece, and then update the board. And when mouse goes up, if we were clicking somewhere, then square, there are only 3 things here. Yep, board ref, we do not have to do anything with board ref. Piece component ref, which we are turning into null. Square ref, which we are also turning into null. Piece component ref and square ref, which we are both of them are being turned into null. Let new board equals structured clone of the existing board and the new board. Shade. Okay, column const row column equals, do not split like this. There is a helper function for this, which is key square key to index. This takes in share, this takes in the stuff at this point. Square ref dot current column is defined but never used. It will be used. Board new row column becomes equal to piece ref dot current, which is messed up. Shit. If piece ref dot current is not equal to null, then do this. And it will be not equal to null. After this, piece square ref piece ref dot current equals null. And after this, set board equals new board. Fade. Okay, that is good. That is very, very good. That is very good. That is very good. This is actually working. Should I guess I refreshed? That is fine. This is actually pretty cool. Click on a piece, it goes away. Okay, that is pretty good. That is pretty good. We can move pieces. We can legit move pieces. Click on a piece. We do have to change the initial location. Yes, we do have to change the initial location of the piece. If we just click on the piece, it starts from this place. we do have to change the initial location of the piece. Here, initial location, wait, no, not there. Initial location is set to this. Yep, initial location should not be set to this. I think we can use the useref here to get the initial location. Always have the current location. Mm. This component is always there. Piece ref. We want to give the correct location at the start. If piece ref is not equal to null, it is not equal to null. If piece, shit, yes, makes sense. Initially piece ref is actually equal to null. We can though have a span which does not actually do anything, which is like empty. That would be cool. Yes, that would actually be cool. Piece is not equal to null. If piece is not equal to null and piece with the correct size, how is it now? Yes, if I click on this, the mouse is initially at the right, the piece is at the right place. Okay, and like, yes, that is very cool. If I go to the like just there, we are always getting the right piece. That is cool. Here I'm not getting any of the pawns. When I step in, okay, yes, it is not perfect but good enough. It is this pretty cool. And here when I'm inside the queen, I get the queen. When in the pawn, I get the pawn. Cool. When in the king, cool. This is like pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now we have to make the mechanism. Let's make a git commit. Diff. All these changes, git commit feature piece hides when moving. Shit, git add everything, git commit piece hides when moving, git push origin main. Cool. Cool. Now we have to actually make the move. Cool. We have done up and down. Yes, we have to do quite a bit of stuff in piece in mouse up when we unclick our mouse. Okay, here in this function, first of all we check if the piece was clicked. If we were dragging a piece or not. If we were dragging a piece, then get the row and column of the original source row, source column. Here also let's rename source column source row. Okay, we get the source column and the source row, right? Cleaning up comes later on. Cleaning up will be done later on. We don't need log env, get the source and target squares. Right, we have the source squares. Let's get the target square, and for the target square we can use this same kind of thing, which is we have to get the mouse position. Okay, we are using this logic of getting a square's position multiple times, so we can make this a function, a helper function. And since this helper function is only being used here, I think it is fine to define this right here, because we are not going to be using this anywhere else ever. Function to get current mouse position inside the board given the mouse event. And what this does is const get mouse relative position, takes in mouse event, and yep, this much. Return relative x has to come first and then y, else if it is not defined then -1 -1. Cool. And here let's say const relative x relative y equals get mouse relative position with this thing, the ev. We don't have to do any of this now, which is pretty cool. Cool. Get information about the piece being clicked, get the mouse coordinates, and also relative. Yes, we got the relative position row, get the relative mouse position relative to the board, we got that, and find the square being clicked. I think this should also be a function of its own, because we are going to call this thing twice, and it is okay to define the function here because we are not going to use it anywhere else. So cool. Get the square being clicked. But the thing is, we don't need the coordinates at all. We just need the square which is being clicked. Shit, which is crazy. Actually, we can combine these two in the same thing. Yep. Function to get the current, to get the square being clicked, and -1 -1 if outside, if outside, if outside, yep, if outside. Okay, so we do have to do boundary checks here. We do have to do boundary checks here. Boundary checks. Okay, if row greater than 7 or row smaller than 0 or column greater than 7 or column smaller than 0, and this is error, return -1 -1, else return row and column, else return the right. Let row equals -1, column equals -1, and not return anything. Here also do not return anything. Here return row and column. Row equals -1, column equals -1. Cool. Get square being clicked. Get the square which is being clicked, right? Get a square being clicked. Okay, we have the position. We have the square which is being clicked, which is cool. Row and column. We have to check if a row is not equal to -1, then everything is cool. If yeah, if none of them is, if inside the board, find the square being clicked. We already have the square that's being clicked. Get the b get the square which is being clicked if the square is inside the board. If square inside the board, find the piece not empty in this. If correct, set piece draggable, also hide the piece. Cool. Everything is okay in this function. And mouse up if something was being dragged. If something was being dragged, find the square and target. Source is this. Okay, we do have the source. Row column equals get square being clicked. This thing takes the EV and const. Okay. Right. When we unclick the mouse, we have our source and the target square. We do not have to validate the source square. We do have to validate the target square. Now, first is inside board. Inside board equals row is not equal to this. Okay. If inside board valid move or not. Yep. If the move if this move is valid or not, a lot of things depend on this. Whether the move made was valid or not, and also the game hasn't even begun. This is like legit. It's still just loading. Nothing is happening here. This is still just loading. Nothing is happening here. Yep, this is still just loading, so we will have to do that in a while. Yep. If row is not equal -1, if row is not equal -1, then something else. Otherwise, the only thing we have to take care of is cleanup. This is the like cleanup. Update the board and set piece to not moving. Update the board. Yes. Piece ref not current. Yes, we will update it internally. Here, if something happens, okay, if we were inside the thing, then we have to find. Okay, if we were inside the board, okay, then target piece or square. Shit, we can now use validate. Okay, shade is move. Okay, okay, is valid move equals is move. Okay, that is like so fucking cool. What are the things that are required? This thing wants a board, source row, source call. No shit. No. A board, a move, which is going to be a string, color of the person making a move, and special flags. Okay. Source row. No. Once more. Move, 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 move. Index to chars. What does this take in? This takes in an array, right? Target row, target column. If target row is not equal to -1, then check source row, comma, source column, and pass in everything. Okay, what should be the second argument? Second argument is colors. What should be the color? The color is color, and then black. Cool. If is valid move. If the move is valid, then we are going to make the move, which means we have to tell the backend that a move was made, and we have to tell the backend that a move was made and update the board. Valid. Then uh, tell the backend and also update the board. Update the board and update the board after backend validates the move. Okay, now here we have to send a request using WebSocket to the backend and confirm yes, a move was made. And then wait for the other player to make a move and then update the board again. So this is getting complex. This is getting complex because on our WebSocket, where even is our WebSocket? So this thing does not have the WebSocket. Okay, updating the board when the other player makes a move, that will be handled, or maybe we can give a function. Yes, we can give a function to this board element when a player makes a valid move, which this board element can call. And yes, the parent element of this board element will handle telling the WebSocket what is happening. I do not want WebSocket logic in here. Okay, cool. This is the parent element, okay, which has the WebSocket. WebSocket is here, game.socket. Here is the WebSocket. Okay, we want two functions. One, shit, I do not think we have defined on message function for this WebSocket. No, we have not. We need a massive on message function for this WebSocket. Game.socket.on message. It's shit. On message does not exist. Small m cannot invoke an object which is possibly null. Which object might be null? This context of WebSocket or null. WebSocket might be null. If game dot socket only then argument of type void is not assignable to console.log m. Okay, shit. M is implicitly of type any. Okay, what does this expect? This expects message event. First thing is going to be the WebSocket, and second is going to be the message event. So socket and message. Socket declared but cannot invoke an object which is possibly null. It is not possibly null. We are checking. Parameter socket is implicitly has type any. Message is declared but its value is never read. Console.log message, console.log socket. What is possibly null? TypeScript message has implicitly type any property. This is WebSocket. Second is message event. WebSocket first thing. Second is message event, and still there are errors. Cannot invoke an object which is possibly null. Argument of type socket. WebSocket is not assignable to type to a parameter of type message any. Okay. Argument of type sock. Okay, message is not assignable to parameter of type message event any. That is crazy. Inside start, we establish the WebSocket. If the game starts, we navigate, but here on click start game with this color, with this thing, and this on open do this. Cool. Set start game equals true and navigate. Set start equals to true. Game state set socket res. Set socket is of type WebSocket, and res is of type WebSocket. There should be no problem when we are doing this. What is possibly null is not equal to null. This is on message could shade. Okay, makes sense. Console.log message on message. Okay, whenever we get a message from the backend, do this. Now whenever we get a message, it might be a couple of things. Whenever we get a message, it might be a couple of things. Okay, message, multi-line comment. Yes, we need a multi-line comment here. How do we give a multi-line comment? Like this. Yes, cool. Message could mean couple of things. Message could mean a couple of things. First is message to indicate start of game. Message to indicate start of game. Message to indicate end of game. Message to give a move by other player. Message to confirm the move made by current player. There can be more messages, but we can handle them later on. Message for a draw, a resign, or yeah, stuff like that. But mainly, these are the four kinds of messages we could get. A message event type any. Any is not a type here. Any is not a type. The type is backend APIs. Start here. This thing when open, nope, on message, except you aren't even playing, bro. Yes, this is being returned error except and message, and then later on we are returning this thing. Shit, we have to update this thing. Dot send. Type of this thing is going to be this move socket response. We also have to update this a little bit. Move socket response only refers to a type but is being used as a value. Move socket response, and here send s ooh, and do the same thing here, though we do have to update this move socket response. Error, yes, error is always needed. Message is always needed. Boolean maybe not. Y over is also here, maybe not needed. Move is always needed, and white time left and black time left is also always needed. Move socket response, game over reasons. Move socket request. This is the request thing. Zord, yes, to validate what is sent by the user. Makes sense. But there are multiple types of messages. Okay, what do we need here? Move. Yes, we do not. Shit, we need a move in this case. No, we do not need a move in this case. So move is also optional because we might be returning an error. Error true, winner. We don't need. Nope. Nope. White time left and other validate move format. Okay, if there is an error, then yeah, then nothing else is needed. Error and message are the only two constants which are always needed. You are not playing a move or invalid move format. Here, read these two. error 2, you are not or yes, game has not started. Full stop is not needed. Okay, cool. Message. This is one kind of message, right? Here, winner. No, this is an error, so not over. Over false. Play a valid move. Invalid move. You need to send back the move. Cool. Right. Here. Game over reason if game was over. Okay. Is game ended? This function generates the response. Cool, cool. And here also the return time move not needed. Error false, winner true if game ended and the opponent left. Yes, in that case error false, over true, other you won, the other player left, and we don't need the lines. Send this to the opponent and then save the game. Cool. And when the game starts, in here also, yes, send message. JSON dot stringify is being used here, but it is not being used here. Okay, backend is running. That is cool. One run back. Cool. One run test. Cool. The game is playing, test is going on fine. That is pretty cool. Okay. Okay. Now we have to have the ability to distinguish between these kinds of messages. Okay, this game is like still going on. That's fine. We need to make a few more changes on the back end so that when a socket is running, the front end can always expect to get the same kind of response. Game start API here. This here is the only kind of response that is different. Yep, this here is the only kind of response that is different. I think we should define this as a type and use it on the front end. The thing is, the front end can always trust the back end, but not the vice versa. The front end can always trust the back end, which is cool. These are legit the only things we need to know. We don't need anything else to know. we don't need to know anything else apart from this. Okay, cool. I think this is good enough for this git status, git and everything here. Git status. We also did some changes and yep, git and from the commons folder git status, git commit feature or fix uh, web socket response from backend. Okay, these are the possible types of things which could be expected. One, two, three, message. Okay, cool. When we get a message, we here will also see if the game has started or not, which should be a state variable, I think. Const started set started equals use state bool initially is equal to false. Bool is not a thing, but boolean is a thing. Okay, when we get a message, if not started, if the game if the game has not started, then if we get a message, then we have to update a few things. Does this thing, this object also have the color? Yes, color. We will also update the color. Okay, if message dot data is a thing has if started json dot parse data equals parse from json. How do we do this in the test suite? Common tests, game test, console.log. Whenever we get on message first, yes, this json.parse as, yeah, okay, cool. Fine. Here, if started, if first of all we parse the data, cool. If not started, then data equals data as this is started thing. Common tests. Okay, that is a lot of error here. Fine. As start. Why are we parsing this thing as start? This is an interface. Here is the interface. Cool. We want this interface to be accessible. So interfaces game start game response. Export interface start game response color of type color. Cool. And import this in tests also. Here start game response, and also for this start game response, here data as start game response, where start game response is not defined. Import from interfaces slash game. Start game response is not there. Module has no exported member. Common interfaces inside games. Shit, so this should be there. Start game response. Start game response is not there. Why? Enums, shit. Wait, no. It is inside interfaces slash games. Start game response. Start game response. Inside commons, inside start game response. Move socket response and start game response should be there, but it is not. Common interfaces games start game response inside games, it is here. Start game response, shit, this is a bit messed up. Start game response, board.tsx. Yep, this is printing the whole board. Okay, now shit is still there is some error. It's declared but never used. Okay, it was because it was because const data cannot assign data because it is as used as a constant. So let, okay, now if data dot started, if data dot started, set started as true. Okay, and here before returning, if started then something, if not started then this, return div loading. This else data equals data as move socket response. Now we should see loading, which we do not. White color We do not see loading. Shit. Even though this is okay, shit. If not started, then show us loading. Cool. Loading. If the game starts, we don't see loading. We see the board if the game starts. Okay, so we are handling the start of the game. That is cool. Now we have to handle. Now we have to handle indicate game to indicate end of game, message to indicate end of, it will come later, message to give a move by other user, right, message to give a move by other user. And we also need a function here, function to pass to board component to call and make a move. Const make move. This function takes in the move as a string. This function takes in the move as a string and makes the move and then updates, handles all of that. Updating, not updating. Updating will be handled by this. So first of all, let's make a function to make a move. So we have to send, shit, we do not have to send this. What we have to send is defined game yep, this thing we have to send this move socket request. Move socket request is a Zord thing. Moves rn, rename this Zord and export type move socket response Zord. Cool. Here get move socket response, move socket request cons request move socket request. Res is missing quite a few things, and the things that we have to add there are these. Okay, these are optional. Message and all that is message. Pause. Move is just move. This is our response, and socket dot game dot socket dot send type of move. Yes, we have to do json dot stringify. This thing game dot socket is possibly null. It would not be game dot socket. If the socket is there, then make the move. Okay, I think that is good enough for this, and this thing make move will be sent to this. Nope, always send the color. Do not send white. Color type color or null. Color is never null. Color is never null. So okay, but okay. Anyways, move equals make move. Or wait, this would also be called make move. Go there and say that set board make move is also needed here, and the type of this make move is it is not any shit. type of make move here is a function that takes in a move which is a string and returns void. Does not return anything. So make move here. Make move is a function that takes in a move which is a string and returns void. Make move is declared but never used. Okay, we were calling mouse up. If move is valid, then we call the make move function. Move string is move index to chars, and here and given the move string, and if move is valid, then make move with move string, and I think we should be done. Yep, if move is valid, then if valid move, then make the move. Good. And for making the move, here is where we are making the move. Yep, make move, make. Never read. Why are we not reading this ever? Make move type error both. Shit. Okay, shit makes sense. Makes sense. We are defining this make move at the wrong place. This should be defined here. Cool. This should be defined here, and it's like we can clean up the code later on. For now, this is the thing. This is for making the move. On message, okay. If handle starting of game, handle starting of game. The game starts. If it started, then set color is this, and game dot color equals data dot color. Handle start, and I think those are the only things. Yes, those are the only things we have to do at the start. Right, if the game has not started, it is either ending, or the other player has made a move, or we are confirming our own move. Okay. Yes. Yes. Const in move ref equals use ref. Boolean, yes. Boolean. Initially false. Shit. Initially is false, declared but never used. That is fine. Now, after this, if is in move ref dot current. If we are inside a move right now, yeah, if we are inside a move right now, what is this? Then we are getting our move confirmed or something. Then make inside move false, and if data dot no, if data dot, if not data dot error, if there is no error, if the move was accepted, then const source row, source column, target row, target column equals move charts to index and give it data dot move, whatever the move was, and these are being declared but never used. That is completely fine. Const or let new board equals structure clone of the board and update all these things. Pieces dot nn, pieces dot nn. Wait, TypeScript number list or null. Shit, this thing can return null, which is a bit messed up. Shit. If shit move index, if move index, copy this here and const source row, so column, target row, target column, all equals this. Okay, is that it? No, for now this can be it. We can handle time and everything else in a bit later on, but for now this is it. Okay, handle move being move made by current player being confirmed. Yep. Okay, and also this make move function will also do in move ref dot current equals true. When a move is made and when we are done making a move, then cool this. Okay. Else now either the game is ending, which is something, the game is ending, or the other player has made a move. Else if data dot over, if game is over, or if game is not over, that means the other player has made a move. That means the other player has made a move, in which case we get the move index, we update the board, cool. Handle other player making a move. We get the index for the move, we make a clone of the board, and we update the pieces. We make the source piece equal to null. Data dot piece is not a thing, by the way. Shit, this is error. Why are we getting data dot piece? Data has type any. Why does data have type any? We explicitly made data as move socket. Okay, shit. So we do have to store the piece. Okay, beforehand, const piece equals board source row and source column, and here piece, or we don't have to like store it. That is very stupid. We do not have to store it. We can here shit, we can here do board source row and source column, and then update the source row and source column. Or shit, we don't even have to do this in this order because we already have the original board. We always have the original board. Okay, cool. Instead of this, board source row and source column and update. Okay, and else we know for sure that the game must be ending until game ending for now. Like, yeah, we will add more features like draw offer or resignation offer later on, but for now this is good enough. Set start date, or we should have, instead of set started, game state. Game state would be cool. Game state would be cool. Game state variable. Okay, we will define that in lib or in pages. Play lib dot yes. Here put enum game state. Yes, game state started. Syntax is not allowed when erasable syntax only is enabled. Duplicate identifier started. Shit. Export enum syntax is not allowed when erasable syntax only is enabled. What is TS erasable syntax only? 2 hours 30 minutes. That is very cool. Restricts code to features that can be removed during compilation without changing runtime behavior. Supports, what does this mean? Disallowed features. This generates JavaScript object or namespace, creates purpose, enables direct execution of TypeScript files by removing only type information. But I do need enums. Here. So I can turn that thing off. It would be cool. Is it okay to turn off with erasable syntax only with wheat? Yes, it is perfectly okay. Okay, that is cool. Why you might turn it off if your project uses enums. Yes, we do use enums. Turning this flag on will throw errors. I do not want this on, so let's turn this off. tsconfig.json ts erasable syntax only, false. And do we have it somewhere else also? Yep, false. Cool. And now the error is gone. Cool. White and black. White, we do not need white and black. What we need is game state is either started duplicate identifier, started, or ended waiting. These 3 states are okay for now. Okay, if and here started, set started game state, which is initially game state dot game state dot waiting. Initially this is waiting, and game state dot started And here if started equals game state dot waiting. If we are waiting, then do this. Else if started equals not ended but started, or I guess running sounds better than started. Instead of started, running, running, right here, and with game state running, then this. Else there is only one possibility: game has ended, game over. Okay, handle game ending. If game has ended, then set started game, game state dot ended, game state dot ended. And we need to know the winner. We need to know the winner, who won the game. We want to show the winner. Yep, which we can know from data. Useref is better, I think. Const winner ref equals use ref with colors. Color. Initially colors dot random. And when someone wins, do this, and we also have to destroy winner f dot current equals data dot winner. Okay, if data dot winner, data dot winner, then winner ref dot current will be equal to not data but game dot color. We do have to make a null check here. If color is true, then color, otherwise colors dot white. Else winner ref is to cons color C, like current color. If color is there, then this, otherwise white dot color, just in case, though this will work. Color C here dot current equals color C. If this thing equals colors dot white question mark, then black, otherwise white. And here game over, not div, h1 would be cool. And h2 in theory this should work. In theory this should work. Now okay, this is still loading because there is no game going on right now. One player will play from this, other from Safari. Localhost 5137. 5173. 5173. Okay. We need to log in here. Slash login. Name would be walrus double S triple S, and password would be password at the rate 123 with capital P. Login, an error occurred while creating your account. Please try again. Is walrus like already there? That would be actually crazy. Or is the password shit? How about backend? Backend is running. Walrus closed their connection. Start. Okay, let's say this one wants to play a rapid game. Start. Right. Yes, Walrus wants to play a game. Why are we not able to create? Where is inspect? Inspect in Safari. Go to Safari settings, advanced. uh, on Mac. Right click any element or keyboard. Control Option I. What is the progress? I think we can play a game. I think we can play a game right now. Let's see. I have opened up the same website from Safari. I don't know why I'm not able to create an account. Why am I not in database is fine. Database is fine. Why am I not able to create an account from Safari? I want to see inspect element things. Option command I. Option command I. Shit. I will just install Firefox. Yeah, so Safari is bad. Never for save password. Save password. Quit Safari. Safari is not working. Download Firefox. And you could say I could open the same tab from the same website from two tabs. Shit, I think I do not have to install another browser. I thought if I open the same tab from like same website from another tab in local storage, I will be using the same token, right? So the same user would be opening this, but I can go incognito, login, right? That is much better. Okay, this is loading because yes, the backend is waiting. Walrus, this player wants to play a game, which is this one. And here, let's go to inspect and create another user. Right. We already have a user. Yep, incognito is cool. Thank you. Thorfinn00 would be the name of the other user. Thorfinn00, and password is password at the rate 123. Okay, error. An error occurred while creating. Why? And there is like nothing here. Because we are logging in. We have to sign in. We have to sign in. Sign up. Okay, shit. That was stupid. Ah, Thorfinn00. I think. Is there double N? There is double N. Cool. Password at the rate 123. Create this user, an error occurred. Localhost create users. What is server is not saying anything. Server is fine. Create user gave us error. on this line. SSL protocol error. Uh, okay. Shit. What does that mean? SSL protocol error. On click. Create user line 25. This thing. SSL protocol error. SSL protocol error. Let's stop the server. Right. Error is starting a game. That is cool. Here, if I restart the server, let's say. Okay, shit. Move socket request not found in the backend is giving error. Not found in module users folders. Who is requesting this? Export named move socket request. Folders program project and source common interface game dot ts. Move socket response is legit right here. Button back. Move socket request. Zord. Move socket request. Zord. Cool. Export type. Okay, shit, what is this? Export move socket request as an in interface. Okay. Run back and still shit. Move socket when not found. Who is importing this? Move socket request is being imported inside APIs. I think ignoring sock file. Okay, here. Move socket. Move and move socket. Let's go. Okay, okay. Button back and duplicate. Server is listening. Ts config. It is saying there is some duplicate thing. Module and duplicate key verbatim and this is duplicated 22 and 23. I think I can remove one of them. One, run back. Shade. Okay, this makes sense. Like, okay. Module detection force. Run back. Okay, server is running. Server is running. Let's. SSL error was crazy, by the way. Just saying. HTTPS backend is hitting HTTPS. You have to hit HTTP. Right, this is not giving me any option to change HTTPS or some anything. Neither does this. Localhost, your connection to the site is not secure. That is fine. Here also, this is also not secure. Let's see. Thorfinn 00 1 2 3. What did you say? Backend is hitting HTTPS. You have to hit HTTP. But the same problem is not coming here. Sign up. Let's create an account from here. We can also make this dark mode. Thorfinn 00 and password and that shit. Okay, we were able to create accounts earlier, but now there is some error. Failed to load resource. ChatGPT, this error. What is this error when trying to connect to my backend locally from the front end? This should not exist. Like there should not be an error when you have to hit HTTP backend when creating an account. Okay, I remember there is one change that I did make. Yes, shit. Yes, it might be because of that. In lib network user here. Shit. Okay. This has to be HTTP, I guess. Base URL. Route is HTTP. Base URL. This. Cool and shit. Login user should be also different. It's HTTP colon slash. Okay, if this works, that would be very cool. Refresh. Orphan 00. Password 123. Create and shit. No error here or there, nowhere. You're calling HTTPS, but the server only supports HTTP. Yep, cool. Frontend is on HTTPS, but backend, okay. Is my token still there? Token is still there, so I can like go to start. Yep. Rerun the server. Thorfinn 00. Password @123 and cool shit. Okay, we can create an account. See the network tab. It is now okay. It is okay. Yes, that is a good idea to look at the network tag. Okay, this player wants to play as random loading, and on the back end we see that Thorfinn00 wants to play a game as random, time this increment is 0. And let's say this player also wants to, this is loading, this is Thorfinn, this is here Walrus on the left. This player also wants to play. Both are shit, both are loading. Starting a game. Okay, a game is starting, but these two are still in loading state. That is not good. Both of them are in loading state. Let's go. Yes, let's go. There is a little bit of debugging is needed. Okay. Uh, we are not handling message. If socket is not equal to null, then get data console.log data. Let's see. And and got reference cannot access game page before initialization. Initialization of what? Game game page is giving error. Game page is here, which we are importing as a page here, and we are also creating this use game state. Okay, refresh. Start, start. From we will start again. Game. Okay. Shade opponent left Thorfinn closed connection mid game as random, and 12 has won the game. Why 12? 12 is like ID of the other player, which is me. Okay, so Thorfinn, you lost game number 1. We'll see how we do in the second game. Start game, loading. Okay, both are loading. Shit. And did we see something in console.log? No, nothing. Which means this thing is not running if game socket is not equal to null. Wait, even if game socket is equal to null, just wait, we should put this in use effect. This whole thing should be inside use effect. Okay, and this would depend. This would depend. This should only run once when the game starts. This should depend on game started. Game is started, but it started would not change. Shit. Wait, we can make this game.socket. Whenever game.socket changes, then this game.socket. Okay, so someone again closed their connection. Thorfinn again closed his connection. Crazy. Start. Start. Okay. Start. Okay. Uh, Rewrite it in Rust. Yes, maybe shit. Then it would work. Now we can also make front ends in Rust using WebAssembly. But okay, why don't we see anything? Okay, object cannot use properties of undefined. Two lowercase, reading two lower. Okay, we did get the object. That is cool. So at least at least yep, on message function is handling. Okay, that is, if not is shit, if it started equals game state dot waiting. If you were waiting for a game to start, then do this. Okay, game was stored on the database. Cool. And this time again, shit, Thorfinn, you are like losing. You have lost 3 times in WebAssembly. Make it fast. Begin the Rust. Okay, yes sir. Yes sir. Start. Start and okay. Shit. We don't even see anything here now. Run. Run back. Save and quit. Up. Localhost. Start. Refresh. 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 Start. Refresh. Refresh. Again. Console.log. Nothing here. Cool. Start. Okay. We did get the object, but nothing after that. Nothing after that, which is messed up. Nope, I'm using Mac. Unfortunately, would love to use Arch. Arch is so good. My friend was flexing on me yesterday because he has a nice paneling. He can just press a button and like things happen, which is very cool. He uses Omar key. Omar key is cool. Okay, okay. The data is going to the other socket, which is cool because this function is running. If game is started, game is state dot waiting is true, then set started game state dot running. Game state dot running, which means we should be seeing the board, but we are not seeing the board. Why? If game state waiting, then do this. Otherwise, if running, then do this. Else, print the winner. Like game must have ended at that point. Game state dot running. Game state dot running. Game state dot running. Shit. Okay, game state. Why is this not re-rendering game state dot running? When we get game state dot running, we should not see this. We should be seeing the board. We do not see the board. In move reference, we are updating. Okay, after this, we are doing if game state was waiting. Okay, then here console.log start, refresh, again, start, refresh, Start a game. Start a game. We do see start equals true and everything. So we are going inside this also game dot shade. It is not started, it is start start. Start here also. Start, refresh, refresh, start a game, and cool. Okay, we see the board here. This person is black. He can play black moves, but not white. That is very good. That is very good. Error, true. Invalid move. Yes, because yes, I'm trying to make a move here, which is invalid. Cool. Because a white player is the one who plays the first move. Why don't we see anything here? And this is messed up. What? Why no window manager? Use aerospace. Uh, Raycast is there, but you cannot see these things at the top. Let me show you. These things. I guess now you can see them. Yep. In Arch, I would be able to hide this in Omarki, but here I cannot hide this, which is like, I don't like this. But I guess, yeah, I can try out. Aerospace or Raycast is also cool. Okay, we do see the board here. Why do we not see the board here? That does not make sense. And on the back end, we see we started a game. Okay, we did start a game. Why did the other person not get a message for game starting? Okay, white socket, tell the white person true, start the game. Tell the black person start game. Hmm. Shit. Okay, okay, okay. Why don't we see any socket here? Why don't we see the board here? Let's see. Console.log date. Here also. Start. Here also. Start. Okay. Start a game. Also start a game and okay, here we are just like not seeing anything. Do you really want to? Wait, what? Did something change? Start. Start. Start a game. Start. Okay, shit. The other person is not seeing anything. At least use control plus arrow to switch between. Control and I have a like button on the side of my mouse, so I have remapped that button to use to like switch between things. There is this thing called Mac mouse fixer. This like button number five is for space control, mission control, stuff like that. So I can switch between with the mouse. So that is cool. Okay, why don't we see anything here? Why don't we see anything here? Why don't we see anything here? Starting a game between these two players. It, is the problem on the back end or on the front end? Restart the back end. Start, refresh, refresh, refresh. Here, start, refresh, refresh, refresh. Okay, okay. Start game, cool. Start game. Okay, now we are seeing the stuff here, but okay, white player is like never knowing that the game has started. White player is like, yes, never knowing that the game has started, which is a bit messed up. Why is that? Is backend messing up? White socket, white socket dot send data, white socket dot send data. Starting a game between these two users. Okay, white socket, where are we getting the white socket from? Decide who is going to play as white player. Yes, either the current player's socket, the person. Okay, I think here this thing is not working. Gain socket. Let's see. Else console.log empty socket. Okay, let's see. When is the socket empty? Empty socket for both. That is fine. Start, start, refresh. Here also refresh. Backend is running. Okay, right now via, okay, shit, we do not see empty socket. So the thing ran for this. Here also we do not see empty socket. So the on message caller, on message caller has been applied to both of them. Yep, on message console.log on message, on message event handler is working for both of them. Start, here also start, refresh, refresh, start. Okay, we do not even see on message working or anything. On message working. Run this when the component is mounted. Start. Okay. This did not run. We didn't. Okay, use effect did not run, which is messed up. Use effect didn't run. Why we didn't even shit, use effect didn't run. Messed up. Mouse, yuck, shit. Mouse is cool. Like mouse is fine for this, and like also I here have to click on stuff. Shit. But unfortunately, what keyboard you use? Just a like random bad keyboard you get in college. Express? No, backend is Elysia. Elysia socket. Elysia JS. Perform. This thing. Shade. Box. Ergonomic. Okay. Use effect is not working somehow. Are we ever going inside this component? We are. We are. Hello there. We are going inside this component because we are seeing loading. Start. You are calling create on a container that is already been passed. Start. Okay. Print hello there, hello there. Hello there is okay. Hello there is expected, but hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there. On message working. On message working. Okay. Use effect is like never working somehow. Use effect is not working. Hello there is also not. In main, we are importing yes game page from what is game page? Game page is this. Which navigates to slash play. Navigates to slash play, which then mounts on. Okay, I guess when we are using navigate, hello, use the debugger, just PM, good. I guess when we use navigate to switch between pages, the components are not mounted as they would be when we use navigate to navigate between pages. The components use effect is not working. What is this about? From React Router DOM, the target page should normally run when that component mounts. If it isn't running one of the few the component is not actually remounted. It is not actually. React only runs this once when the component mounts. If the component never unmounts, the effect will not run again. Example situation, this. Okay, let's say we have defined this path and we navigate. React reuses the same profile component, so use effect does not run again. If we put id inside, then it will run again. Navigate to the same route. This, while already on dashboard, does nothing. If your effect dependency array is wrong, dependency array is empty. Yes, we only want to run once, so this is fine, but the data actually depends on something else. Nope. We are not even seeing hello there when we go to this page, which is messed up. I have a console.log on the target page, and when use navigate, it doesn't log. That is problem. Path mismatch. No, path mismatch is not there because we are seeing the like render thing. Route not defined inside route. It is defined inside routes. Navigate to a relative path. incorrectly navigate game. If you are currently inside this, you will navigate to fix this from slash, okay. From the start page, we navigate to slash play. If the game has started, we navigate to play. We navigate to play. And in play, we are not seeing anything. This is very strange. This is very strange. I do see the rendered component returned by that component, but I don't see the log, which is messed up. And something very specific is happening. The component is rendering, but console.log inside a use effect that is not running. React rendering and use effect execution are two different phases. Rendering and use effect are two different phases. Console.log, use effect, something, and this. Yes, we are getting this, but we are not getting this and this. If you only use render but not effect, then effect never ran. No, I'm not seeing effect nor effect, neither render, which is even crazier. You are not passing a game ID. I'm not passing a game ID. A game ID is not needed. There is only a single socket which is used for the communication, and about to get the details of the game, like the color of the user and the time remaining, there is a context which can be accessed by any component in the whole website, and that component is called game. Is this, and this thing is this thing is defined here in the root, and this uses create. Where does create come from? It comes from the tag, this thing. Okay, and the component was already mounted. No, if React router keeps the component mounted, then navigate component re-renders but does not remount. So no, we at least, if game never unmounts, the effect only ran the first time. The effect depends on something, but dependency array is empty. That is fine. We do not need the dependency array. React strict mode confusion. Shit, this might actually be happening because of the strict mode. Yes, this might actually be happening because of the strict mode. If we remove strict mode, okay, start, run, re-render, start game, hello there. But it's still, okay, we are seeing hello there, but the thing inside use effect is still not being printed. In play, we do see hello there, but yeah, we don't see anything. Console.log on message working. Yes, this. Wait, on message working should come here. Socket was disconnected. Start on message working. Okay. On message. Hello there. On message working and loading. On message is working. That is good. But we are seeing loading. And this person is black. They can like play black moves. But Probably wrong. Okay, on message working on both. How did we fix this? No, it just got fixed somehow. Okay, and then we are not seeing this console.log data on this side. The server is telling, maybe the mistake is with the server. The server is not telling the white user that your game has started. The server is messing up. Ignoring soft while. Okay. Wait, how long has this been? 3 hours 26 minutes. Shit, that is messed up. The joiner is not getting the on message from socket. The joiner is not getting on message at this point, I guess, is working for both. The joiner is not getting on message from the socket. The on message is working for both the sockets now somehow, but we are not getting data. Shit. If socket is not equal to null, yep. We like this message was printed on both the sides. On message working here, also on message working. So yep, whenever we do receive a message, we should print the data, but we are not printing the data. At least not for this one. Why did we not print? And this is always happening for the white user. Why is it always happening for? I suppose the mistake might be by the backend. Start here also. If we do start, refresh, one run back, start the backend. Let's say this player wants to play as white. Start, on message working, everything okay, amazing. This player wants to play as black. Color white is okay, but color black didn't get anything. So probably because white is sending a message over the black socket, black sees it, but white is not getting own message. Because white is sending a message over the socket to black, but black sees it, but white not getting its own message. No, white is not sending. So what happens when a new user, when a new WebSocket connection is established? At this point, when I click on start game, a new WebSocket connection will be established, and the backend will look for any player who wants to play with the correct settings, like with the same time and with the same increment, with the appropriate color. If there is such a user, then the backend will tell both of those users that the game has started and you should like play and stuff. But if there is no such user, then the backend does not do anything. The backend does not send any message. At this point here, when a new connection starts, this happens on open. When the socket opens, a new socket opens, backend does some stuff and tells them that you are going to play a game now. Here, get opponent. If the backend is able to find a correct opponent, then it tells both the things, both the players, that you should play a game. Otherwise, in else, it adds to the queue, adds the current player to the queue. And if all of that is okay, the shit, no, I do not think that the backend is messing up. There is some problem with the front end because I have tested the backend with Postman and like yes, Postman and it works. Socket on message, not self-firing for the second sequence joiner. This is wait. Second player never get self message. There is no self message. Wait, I think I do not get your point. This is apparent from your data console.log debug, which is the best way to debug. Socket on message, not self firing for second sequence joiner. Okay, let's see. Start, start. We're seeing for the second sequence joiner. Here, the on message is mounted for this, which is cool. For the second sequence joiner, on message, not self firing. I think when the backend tells these users that a game has started, yes, I think okay, I think the problem might be that before we define on message handler for the socket on this second user, even before that happens, the backend has already sent the message to start the game. Socket on message, not self firing. I do not understand the self firing part here for the second sequence joiner. Self firing, like this just send made a socket connection with the backend and there is no self firing. Second player joins first, sees it, yes, needs a game ready message or something if there are two players in the game. Yep. First does not see it. The backend tells the first player that there is a game, and backend tells both of the players. Backend is telling both the players that a game has started. I guess the problem is this socket, the one who joins second, does not have a on message handler quickly enough, and the backend is telling too quickly these two things that you should start a game, for which I suppose, where is the time set? Where are we storing the time set game object? I think maybe we should stop this thing for a second. For now, we can think of something else later. New promise, resolve, set timeout, res. Okay, await. Might be it, maybe. Okay, okay. There is a 1 second delay, which is very bad. Like, yes, which is very bad. Okay, start. Okay, cool. Shit, that was the problem. That was the problem. That was the problem. Okay, now they are working. Now they can actually play again. If I refresh, I should not like mess up like that. Shit. If I refresh, the game should not go away like that. The game should not go away like that. The game should not go away like that. For which I need to update this thing. On false. Boolean, okay. On is initially false. Game state, game shit, not on. Game state would be better. Game state would be better. Game state would be much better. Game state dot waiting initially. Game state, okay, and initially it is different. We don't need this. Use game, okay. Go to error if it started. No, game dot game state. TypeScript, the comparison appears to be unintentional because the times in import interface game state and import have no overlap. What is this game? Shade, okay. Game state, cool. There is now overlap, and here we just do not game state is game state dot running, and here is set game state ended game dot game state equals game state dot ended. Good enough. Good enough. Here, if it started equals waiting, game state equals waiting game dot game state equals this, else this. Now start, okay, cool. And here also start, refresh both the things. Start a game, start a game, and shit. Okay, nothing. We do not see anything. Wait, I think we didn't see anything on the back. Okay, we did see on the back end the things, but we do not see anything on the front end. Object, cool. Started true black, and this also got console.log. Okay, they are getting the object. Problem makes sense. This has to be a use state. This okay, there is no re-render. Okay, const game state dot set game state equals use state game state and game dot state, whatever it is. Cool. Game state is being used. Shit. game state, like much better. Game state type and game state should import game state as game state type. Do not use this. Compare game state. Here, game state type. Game state type and set game state and set game state. Okay, set this and game state also to running. Both of them. Shit. Cool. Okay. Else if data. Okay. Shit. That is something else. Set games type. Games cannot assign game state. Okay. Handle game ending. Put this and set game state to game state type dot ended. When the game is ending, and here this is the main thing. Make this type. Make this type. Okay. Start here. Also start. Refresh. Cool. Okay. Can we play a game now? If I refresh, this goes away. If I refresh, this goes away. Oh. Okay, let's play a game without refreshing. Then start. We will handle refresh in at some point. Start. Okay, this player is white. Can I make a move? I cannot make a move. Any move. Shit. This player can move black pieces. I cannot make a move. Shit. Why? Console.log. Hello there. Error. Invalid move. Shit. Okay, they are making move. Walrus made this move. Thorfinn made this move. Then Walrus made. Now it is Thorfinn's turn. And if I do this, shit, on the back end we do see the moves, but on the front end there is no move. Flip. What? Okay, flip. There is no flip. Move validation via front end and back end. The move validation is happening on both sides, on front end and also on the back end. But shit, the board is not updating on the front end, even though look at this, on the back end we are seeing things happen. And shit, you are right. Flip the board. Flipping the board for white makes sense. That makes actually so much sense. How would we flip the... Okay, I will flip the board in a bit. I want to make it a separate commit to increase the number of commits I'm making. That is like very strategic plan. No, I mean library from scratch, which was messy. Let me show you. There is commons, because this is going to be required by both game.ts, and here is move. Okay, this function takes in the board, the move which was made, the color of the person who made this move, and special flags. These special flags take care, like remember castle rights and en passant and stuff like that. And then yeah, then like yeah, then I have like made this split this function into different parts. Is move okay without context, which means like, can this piece even make this move? Before we consider the board, can this piece move like this? If it can move like this, then we check. Wait, then we check if there are pieces in the middle. There should not be any pieces in the source and the target square. And king should not be in check after making the move. And yeah, like stuff. Handle castling and stuff. This was pretty difficult to do. This was like 800 lines of code for this. Okay, but why is the board not updating on the front end? Why is the board not updating on the front end? We see on the front end error. The request is going to the backend. That is good. The request is going to the backend. That is very good. Console.log here. Original data before we do anything with the data. Game start, else handle move made by current player. Console dot move made by current player, move made by other player, made by other player. That console is crazy. And then console.log date. On the back, okay, the game ended on the back end. Why? Because the WebSockets dot it got disconnected. Start a game, okay, and console.log console start game inspect, okay. Shit, console there, okay, cool. This is white. If I play a move, I do see it on the other side. Original. After original, we do not see anything. En passant, yes, en passant is also checked. Yes, it was difficult. It was difficult. En passant is also checked. En passant and pawn promotion. Yeah, and en passant was difficult because you have to remember what was the last move. So, yeah, crazy. And also, threefold repetition is there, which was crazy to get. Threefold repetition is there, and there is a thing called Zobrist hashing. Yeah, this uses Zor stuff to find out if a position with the same castling rights, with the same en passant rights, has repeated again or not. I'm not considering en passant in the Zobrist implementation that I did. Here, if I show you interface zobrist.ts, there is a class, it is Zobrist, and private, there is a public in it. There is a Zobrist hash which does things. And this is cool. This is cool. Okay, we don't see any of these other logs. We only see original, which means we are not going into this if game state waiting. Yes, which is cool. It's cool. So we go into else, and in this else, the crazy thing is we are not going in this if, we are not going in this if else, we are not going in this else. Where are we going? We just see original being printed and then nothing. It's crazy. My stuff. Yo, new M is cool. Yeah, new M is cool. New M with Tmux, by the way. Like, team. Shit, we can switch Windows and Tmux using this, using with the mouse. It is crazy. Okay. Okay. This console.log. Not waiting. Yes, cool suggestion. Not waiting. If we are not waiting, then we must be playing a game. Start. Start. Okay. Start. Hello there. Okay, let's make a move. This is the white player. White player makes this move. Cool. We do not see anything after original. Okay, let's see. Look at the move. This player made the move, and the other player also got the message, which is cool. It's cool. Time left, black time left, error false. Message. This is just a random message which goes there. And move was d2 to d4. D2 to d4, which is the right move. Over false. White time left this because white took this much time. And y over not over. Winner false. So the back end is doing the work correctly, the front end is messing up. Which means we are going inside this console.log data. That is why we are printing the data twice. Shit, yes. We are going inside this game state dot. Oh, no, shit, we are changing the game state later on here. Data dot start, data dot start, data dot start. This data dot start is true. It's all the log. Game started. Okay, why are we going inside this? The game state is running, only then, if game state is waiting, only then we go inside this, which we are changing to running when we went in this the first time. So if we change this to uh, waiting, start, start, okay, start, and okay, waiting, we saw it once, and game is started. Now this white player makes a move. Waiting is still waiting. Okay, something is not updating. Is there a move trigger on use effect? There is no move trigger. Use effect is only being used to put on message handler on the WebSocket. Why not put your tmux tabs at the top in your config? At the top. I mean, they are cool at the bottom, and now I'm used to seeing it at the bottom. Mm. The only thing I changed is the color from green to blue, and also keybinds for switching between these things. Uh, top. No, this looks okay. Okay, why is game started? Why were we still waiting? Game is state, waiting. Shit. Okay, we have to use useref, because when we are saying that when a message comes, run this function. When a new message comes, run this function. When we are defining this, due to closure, yes, I think due to closure, here for this if condition, we are getting the initial value of game state, which does not, we are getting the value of game state which it was at the time of definition of this function, and we are not getting the latest value which it has changed to running. But maybe if we do this game state, maybe this, using, when we use ref, we get the latest value, which is cool. But using use state, we do not get the latest value. Game state, game state, game state, game state. Where else are we checking game state, game state, game state? This might actually be it. This might be it. For this, I can eat. Start, okay. Start game. Start game. Game has started and okay. Let's go. Let's go. Bye. See you later. Okay, we can play. Okay. Okay. That is messed up. Are we always getting a new board? When we make move, mm, when we make a move, handle move by current player being confirmed. When we make move by us, board is somehow getting reset. Board is somehow getting reset, which is messed up. Board is somehow getting reset. Okay, let's make this like 4 hour long. This would be cool. Board is getting reset. Why is the board getting reset? Handle other player making a move. Move made by other. Empty song. Okay, let's start and see some stuff. Start. This also. Start. 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 Okay. Okay. Hello there. Game started. Game started. White player. This is the white player. White player makes a move. Okay. Hello. Move made by current player. And here we see move made by other player, and we saw it here. And if I click here, it just goes away. It just like goes away. Why is this thing going away? Who is making this thing go away? Re-render. There is a re-render. Oh, why? Invalid move. Invalid move. Here, board. Inside this board, I think this is messing up. This is messing up. Handle mouse up. If move valid, then make move. New board, uh, get the board. Cleanup is okay, cleanup is okay. Get the structure clone of the board. Current row, none. And this new board, wait, what? New board is right here. This board, this board, this board is new board. Okay, and if I click on this, okay, there are some bugs. There are some bugs. Of course, there are. New board, new. Start a game. Here, winner was white. Cool. Start a game. This wants to play as random. This wants to play as random. This one is black. This one is white. White makes a move. This thing, which was known here. And I have not even put down my piece. And there was a change. So mouse down. The problem is with mouse down. What is the problem? Mouse down, please. Please, we see the piece that was moved, not empty, and has should have the same color. And then we are using set board to set the new board. We make a structure clone of the board. We make a structure clone of the board. This board is the latest board because we are displaying this board latest. Okay, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. All of the functions in which we are shit. All of the functions in which we are updating the board, we get the value of the board what it was originally when we were defining the function, not the current value of the board. This is a recurring theme now. How to get the current value of state inside a handler function to update it rightly. uh, Normally I get the value which the state variable originally had when the handler was defined, but I want the latest value. I can use ref to get the latest value, but then it's like using two variables for the same thing. How can like what do people do? Yep. Closure, yes, closure is the problem. The correct pattern, functional state update, set count plus one. Instead of using captured, give a function which takes set board, new board. Set board. If piece ref current is not equal to null, piece is null. Okay, where else are we using set? Here we are using set. Set board, type of board, pieces, clone board. And where else are we using? Here we already did made the change. Set board, this takes in the board. Okay, it's the new board, updates, and cool. To do the same thing here. Set board, set. Where are we calling this? We okay. We are using useref. Yes, okay, yes. Game state is okay. Here, set board. Return. And where else? Here also. Return new board. Next, set game state. That is fine. Okay. Start. Yo. And this also start. Random. This, let's say this player wants to play as black, and this one wants to play as random. This is now white. This is black. Okay, white player makes a move. The move is here, but the move is not here. The piece is gone. The piece is like legit gone. Let's say this player makes a move, which we do see there, but we do not see it on the self board. Move being confirmed. Not waiting. Yes. Handle move made by the current player being confirmed. Yes. Move made by current player. Move made. Okay, whose chance is it is white's. It is white. White is this. Move made by current player. Yes. We are going inside this function, but we are not updating. Shit, we are not updating the board because the thing there is empty. Makes sense. The piece became null. The piece became null. That is true. That is very, very true. That is very, very true. Source becomes empty. The source is already empty. Shit, I guess piece. Ah, shit. Okay. Const piece ref equals or piece moved ref equals use ref, which is pieces, and initially it is pieces dot empty, and handle start of game. That is fine. Handle move made by the current player. Here, instead of looking at the board, we will look at piece moved ref dot current, and then here move made by the other player. Yes, in this case we need to use the board. And dead, yes, dead is moved ref equals piece moved ref here, and piece ref. We don't have to define this because we are getting it in here. Piece moved ref here. We are getting another thing called piece moved ref. What is the type of piece moved ref? The type is react.ref object pieces. Here, react.ref object pieces. Okay, and it is not being used. Here we have to set it here. Piece ref dot current equals something, and substitute piece ref to piece moved ref. Type null is not assignable to type pieces. We don't have to change this, I think. Start almost there. This is the black player, this is the white player. White player makes a move, move made. Black player makes a move made. White player, this is the white player. Okay, this is again getting a lost state, a previous state. This is good, by the way. This is like very good. This is very good. This is very good. This is very good. I would like to make a commit. I would like to make a commit now. We made quite a few changes. Status get and source backend, everything in backend. APIs game start. Backend protocol socket protocol fixed. Get def what What are the changes in common? Commit. Common interfaces protocol. Commit. Feature frontend moves move. Okay, that would be it for today. So we can like actually look at this. The other player left, so white won the game. Cool, that is cool. That has been 4 hours and 16 minutes. That would be it for today. We made significant progress that we can actually see with our eyes. And that would be it for today. And thank you for being here. Bye.